Have our first class here and ready. We're going to bring him into the ring, and our judge is going to take his time with the first class. We will not move on without you. So if you have people and exhibitors back in the barns, please let them know. There's been a little bit of confusion on the start time. We will not start without you, but we are going to go ahead and start with our first class. And with that, I'll ask that you all please rise for our national anthem. Well, once again, good morning and welcome to the final day here at the Cattlemens Congress. We are going to get started with our Open Prospect Steer Show. We'll be bringing in Class 1. Your judge today is Dr. Blake Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois, where he lives with his wife, Ravenna, and 4 kids. He's the judging coach at Blackhawk East and also coached at OSU and Texas A&M through 3 straight national champion teams, 2017 through 2019. He has had the opportunity to judge in 42 states and 4 foreign countries. For those of you joining us ringside, please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Blake Bloomberg, your prospect steer judge.
Well, good morning, and certainly a privilege to be with you and to be in the big house and judge the prospect steers here on the final day of the Cattlemens Congress. And took a little longer probably than what we will in most classes, just kind of let everybody get reset here, and we'll start working through them. It's a very, very good class, tremendously deep all the way down. We've got steers even down here on the end that I think will be really good projects. And in this class, again, we've got probably as much weight variance as what we'll have all day. I won't stand out here and try to measure them and weigh them up. I think we got to find the good ones within the respective classes. And with that, I thought we had a pair of steers that come to the top in this particular group that are a little different in type and kind, but in my estimation, we're probably the best too. I see more true muscle in the steer we have that wins the class. When you get around in front of him, he's got a bigger forearm in him, wider in through his chest floor. He's spread a little wider down his top and out through his hip. The calf is mobile. As you ask him to get out and travel, he sets his feet out square at his corners. Calf that's got some true power and width and balances up nicely from the side. If you want to nitpick on him for being a little tighter in his heart and maybe not have as much body as the steer that comes in second, I'd be the first to admit that. When you get on top of this steer that comes in second, he runs out of steam when you climb in behind him. I like the way he transitions from his forerib into his heart. He's a good-bodied steer. We'd like to just gauge him a little wider to me off both ends, get directly in front of the cattle. He'll narrow up and close up in through his chest. From the side, though, I love his silhouette. I love his balance. He's proportional in his depth. Good calf there, and two, just didn't see quite as much horsepower as the steer we have that wins the class. I think from the ankle up, this steer makes a big play in the class in terms of look, attractiveness, balance. Need to change him in the way his tail head sits on the corner of his rump, and I'd give him a bigger foot, a little more secure ankle. This calf, to me, just gets a little more tentative when you ask him to get out and travel. Love him on the stand. I love his look, love his lines, love his quality. To me, just got to hinge him a little differently off both ends. No doubt the soundest structured steer of the top four comes in fourth. I love the set of his hind leg. I love the shape of his feet. The calf can get out and scoot and mobile off both ends of his framework. He just doesn't have enough muscle to compete with our top three cattle. He fades in his pin set. He gets flat in his loin. A calf that's a little narrower, both coming and going. But if you want to sort him solely on structure, he'd be one that could get up a little higher in the class. This calf is at a severe deficit. He's the lightest calf by quite some margin in the particular group. But I think if you study this little rascal in his own right, he's a very attractive steer. He's hooked up nice up through his front end. His neck slings out of the top of his shoulder. I think bright days are ahead for him. From a comparative sense, he gets outmassed a little bit, but I think the quality is there. We just need to see a little more of him in comparison. But a good line, good balance, good pattern steer that's proportional. I think really a good prospect for that young man. He did an excellent job getting his steer presented. Here's a real meat wagon in terms of power and substance and strength. He was just too tentative for me in the way that he grabbed the ground off both ends of his framework. I like the steer's topside dimension. Consequently, though, he opens up in his shoulder. He needs more slope and angle to his knee. Calf just didn't go good enough. A real typey steer, very attractive, has some muscle, doesn't have the running gear underneath of him to get up any higher in the group. And we start to get down into some steers that still are good. They're well presented. The kids have done a great job getting them presented to the hilts out here. The cattle maybe just don't balance up quite as well, don't have the structural integrity. Just a couple flaws that ends up working them down in an extremely tough class. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll keep working through the show. Great way to start off our Prospect Steer Show.
Well, congratulations in our first class of prospect steers. First place is going to go to Elizabeth Norwood of Midlothian, Texas. Second place goes to Stetson Hall of Andarko, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Brady Midcap of Rye, Colorado. Fourth place went to Lear Hansen of Burlington, Colorado. Fifth place went to Cutter Dorsey, Shallowater, Texas. Sixth place went to Bree Wimmer of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Seventh place goes to Parker Lockhart of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Eighth place went to Briley Harmon, Orlando, Oklahoma. Ninth place goes to Taylor Cardoza, O'Neill's, California. 10th place went to Emma Farmer of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. 11th place, Ashlyn Neeb of Florence, Montana. 12th place went to Savannah Warren, Lexington, Oklahoma. 13th went to Landrick Hansen of Burlington, Colorado. 4th place went to Tegan St. Louis of Yoder, Colorado. 15th in that class went to Gage Avery of Bennett, Colorado. And 16th went to Caitlin Ramsey of Wakira, Oklahoma. Now in the ring will be Class 2 of our Prospect Steer Show.
Another really good class of steers here in class 2, and some different kinds up here on the top end. And we'll get it out of the way right now. I'm not a type of a judge that just thinks you got to have the same type and kind. We're judging prospect steers, and they're going to come in different shapes and sizes and stages of maturity. So you got to melt them down and find the one that you like the best and puts the most good things together. I don't personally like it when I'm showing and somebody's like, well, they didn't follow type and kind. Well, the good cattle don't always look the same. And I think that's important and something that I always told my judging teams, because like in this class, there's every different type and kind there is in this particular grouping. So you got to find the one that suits you the best. And through the gate, this one hit me hard because he's so sound, he's so good looking, and this steer I think has tremendous balance. He's just effortless in the way that he transitions as you study him from the side. He's not the thickest steer you got in the group, and you want to measure him up. I don't think he probably has the most muscle, but he's sure got enough with the amount of skeleton that he has, the look, the way he slings his neck up out of the top of his shoulder. I think he's a good prospect, but I think he's even a better fat steer as he continues to mature. This one is built so nice at the ground. Shape of his feet are good. Elevation is good. He's not the thickest steer we've got in the group, but I think puts enough together in a beautiful package. This steer is the thick one that comes in second, down his top and out of his hip. He's spread with a lot of muscle and shape up high, one that's just a wide load in terms of dimension. I wish we could just set him down comfortably in his ankle. He wants to curl up on his rear toe just a little bit. This calf's sure got nice shape though. He's got a beautiful look to him as you study him from the profile. Just need to set him down a little square from his hock to the ground, set his foot down a little square down to the ground as well. This one gives me trouble. I like a lot of things about this steer when he stands still. He's good-bodied. He's a calf that's got some muscle. He really balances up well. You set him in motion, he starts to shove his shoulder forward. He wants to maybe not stay quite as smooth in terms of his gait when you ask him to get out and travel. I think he sets to the ground better than the steer that goes right ahead of him in terms of where his foot and his ankle sit. But when you set him in motion, I don't think he gets out and just strides as nicely as that steer. There's a lot of things that I like about this calf. One that's got some burliness to him, maybe just not as stout in his feature in terms of his heaviness of structure as what we find in the couple cattle that precede him in the class, but another very good steer there in third. There's lots of things I like about this fourth steer. I think in terms of movement, he's the best calf we have of the top four. And if you want to hang your hat on that and use him to win the class, I think you can sure make that justification. I didn't think there was enough substance and enough horsepower in this particular calf. He's also the shortest bodied of our initial three steers. He wants to pins just a little bit, which allows him to probably be the soundest. A lot of things I like about this calf. I just wish there was a little more lead in his pencil for me to get him up any higher. Same goes for this next steer. On the standstill, the silhouette and the balance that he portrays is extra good. When you set him in motion, he wants to get a little tighter in his hock. He wants to get just a little rounder out through his hip and doesn't have the density in terms of his stoutness of feature at the ground. But that's a good calf that has a great look to him and nice shape up high. This is the one that I think has lots of things going for him in terms of stoutness, dimension, and substance and strength. All those things in terms of ESTs, being heaviest bone, having a lot of muscle. I like him. When you set him in motion, he just falls into too many pieces. He wants to shove his shoulder forward, doesn't go from his shoulder into his heart quite as nicely. As he continues to just decide to be a show steer and loosen up, I think that one's got great days ahead of him. I love his heaviness of structure, I love his density, and I love his stoutness. Next calf, one's actually settling in to deciding that he wants to be a show steer. We can tidy up his shoulder. I can really climb into this one. He just is one that when you study him from the profile, he's just too coarse up through his shoulder and throws off his balance. But he is a Mack truck when you get him behind the cattle, shape down his top, out through his hip, spread, dimension, all those things are extra good. He wants to twist a little off of his hind leg as well. We start to get into some steers that still have a lot of quality. They're tremendously presented. Probably ran into a few more structure problems as we got to the middle of the class. This steer on the standstill is a top three calf in the class. When you set him in motion, I had to drive him down a ways. Just his hock and the way he sets his shoulder onto his body. Lots of good steers up and down the line. We get 4 or 5 calves down on the end that maybe don't have quite the spread or the horsepower. We get to a group in the middle here. We need to make a little looser structured, but a tremendously good class. Again, let's show these kids our appreciation with a nice round of applause here in Class 2.
Well, congratulations here in Class 2 of your prospect steers. First place will go to Denver McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. Second place went to Paige Miller, Torrington, Wyoming. Third place goes to Brody Whitten of Stevens, Arkansas. Fourth place went to Grady Chaplin, Weatherford, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Hollis Driscoll, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Sixth place goes to Kaylee Shine of Watonga, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Reese Redwine, O'Donnell, Texas. Eighth place, Kendall Geist of Madera, California. Ninth place went to Eli Shannon, Monon, Indiana. 10th place will go to Crew Cummings, Hollis, Oklahoma. 11th place, Kenley Mays, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 12th went to Kelsey Metcalf, Ulysses, Kansas. 13th went to Kelsey Shine of Watonga, Oklahoma. 14th went to Madison Scarborough of La Crosse, Indiana. 15th goes to Kincaid Boeing of Earth, Texas. 16th went to Dry Creek Cattle of Texaco, New Mexico. And 17th went to Samantha Hendricks of Edgewood, New Mexico. Now in the ring will be your third class of prospect steers.
Those of you that know me pretty well, I'm not a very slow judge most of the time, but this is getting very fun out here, and there's some minute differences. And I know we got a lot of cattle to go through, but this class, I think, particularly this top 3 or 4 cattle, bring all 4 of them if you would. I think there's just so much variation in terms of the way that they're designed, and you got to get down into nitpicky things as to what you like. The steer that wins the class to me, and I think this is a cop out, but he's the combination steer. And I know that really doesn't say anything, but he's got muscle, he's got balance, he's got structural integrity. You know, does he have the most of anything? I don't know about that, but he's got a lot of things that are really good, and he transitions so well. Where he's got a decided advantage over the steers in second and third is the way he's made up through his front end, but yet with that, he's got some true muscle in him. He's got some shape down his top, out through his hip. He's a pretty athletic steer from a structure standpoint. And the breeding cattle person in me says he's got the best feet underneath of him in terms of the shape of his feet, the way he squares up to the ground. Does he give up some bone to the steers in second and third? Yeah, he probably does. But I think in terms of balance, symmetry, kind, presence, he's the one that I land on to win the class because he's the total steer, yet he's still got some true muscle in him as well. Calf in second, the front 2/3 I like. This calf's got a lot of presence to him. He's got more bone. He's got more substance in him than the steer that wins the class. It's hard to get a real read on him out here because he's kind of an idiot in terms of his action. At times, now he's settled in. At times, he wants to get a little discombobulated. I don't think he's as long out through his hip. I don't think he's as stretchy as the steer we have that wins the class. He's not as good on his knee, and that's where I finally decided the sort factor was this calf needs a little more spread at his knee, but he's got a great presence about him, up-headed, tall-fronted, really like the attractiveness as he has. Very good steer to land in second. The stouty of the group is in 3, and if you want to sheerly mass him out, he's the one that you would land on. Big backed, big topped, lots of spread, heaviest structured steer we've got in the class in terms of bone and foot. To me, he runs downhill just a little bit. He's a little coarser up in through his shoulder, and he wants to come apart a little more up in through his shoulder comparatively. We're talking about small, minute things that sort him. I like this calf really well. He's dense, he's stout, he's dimensional. I just didn't think he transitioned quite as nicely as our top pair of cattle did, but she showed the wheels off of him and did a great job. This steer from the side gives you a heck of a silhouette. He's up-headed, he's clean through his chest floor, he's got some muscle up high. Problem is he's a little V-shaped when you get behind him. He wants to funnel to the ground, doesn't have the spread to his hock, doesn't have the spread at his base comparatively, and that's enough in this class to sift him in fourth for me. Study him from the profile, though. He's long-fronted, he's extended down his top, and he's got some muscle. I want to give him a little more true base width, give him a little more forearm shape and spread right there through his sternum. If this calf had more bone, and to me he looks like he needs to be a class before, he just got outmassed in this particular group, and sometimes that's how it falls. You know, I never worry about classes because you got to beat them all at some point, and he just fell into a class where there was heavier structured, stouter cattle that had more muscle. I like his kind really well. He's got a soft, practical look about him. He's really good on the move. There's just not enough lead in his pencil for me to get him up any higher in this grouping of steers. I like this calf, long-bodied, extended, got some true muscle in him. He just wants to get a little drier in his forerib and back in through his flank. He doesn't balance up in his underline quite as nicely. That calf's green. He's got some future left in him. Take him home, put him on, let him pound the pan a little bit. That's a good steer. Just had a couple things that sorted him down in this particular group. This one's stout. You talk about one that's a wide load from end to end, dimensional, lots of horsepower, lots of substance. Set him in motion, though. Things just don't transition quite as good for him on the move. He gets a little tighter and more tentative in the way that he grabs the ground, a little choppier in terms of his movement. Good-looking rascal that comes next that needs more forerib, needs a tick more softness to him. He hits his back feet a little harder than what I would prefer at this stage of the game. Awesome steer here just in terms of a silhouette. Not enough stoutness and substance for him to climb up in the class. And we get down to some really good steers. We're ending some classes down here in the bottom third that are good cattle. Maybe structure gets them into trouble. We've got a couple, a steer on the end that's just a little deficient in terms of muscle. Maybe they give up some bone, but some excellent cattle up and down this line. Again, let's show them our appreciation. Another strong, strong class here in Class 3.
Well, congratulations in Class 3, first place. We'll go to Laney Lawson, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Second place will go to Cooper Cummings, Hollis, Oklahoma. Third place goes to Piper Unger of Carlisle, Indiana. Fourth place will go to Hallie Horn of Pawnee, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to Kiana Langton, Leroy, Kansas. Sixth place went to Ashlyn Vargas of Pryor, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Reese Redwine, O'Donnell, Texas. Eighth place went to Jake King, Cope, Colorado. Ninth, Briley Fuss of Merrimack, Oklahoma. 10th place went to Trevor Williams of Riverton, Wyoming. 11th place goes to Zoe Williams, Merrimack, Oklahoma. 12th place goes to Emery Cowley of Morrison, Oklahoma. 13th goes to Madeline Unra of Peyton, Colorado. 14th went to Afton Kokic of Craig, Colorado. 15th went to Gage Avery of Bennett, Colorado. And 16th in that class went to Taylor Rowland. Now in the ring will be Class 14 of your Prospect Steer Show. Correction on that, Class 4 will be coming in the ring. Class 4 here in your Prospect Steer Show.
It's another tremendously good class, and bring that fourth calf around. These top four, each one of them come in, and I had them in my mind, and we get the four of them together and group them around here. And this one that wins the class to me is just undeniable in terms of his stoutness, his substance, and his look. He's got a neck like a thoroughbred and a hip like a rhino, and yet he still moves good. That's the thing that I think propels him for me in this class. He's true to the ground. He's got base width. His feet are good. His presence is so good from the side. This one's shaped so beautifully down his top and out through his hip, but yet everything matches on him. I think in terms of stretch and length and balance and symmetry, he's the one that's just pretty undeniable in this particular group. Now this one is greener, and someday I think he's not going to want much of this one, because this one comes to us in a little greener rig today, and he's probably not as mature in terms of his shape out through his hip. He's so balanced as you study him from the side, so proportional in terms of his body depth and heavy structured, and he's got wheels for days in terms of movement. He's just not as dimensional as the steer you have that wins the class. And does he have enough? Yeah. But when you compare the two, and this one moves like he does and looks like he does, this one's going to have to stand second today. But I love this one's kind. I love his proportions. I think he's going to make a tremendous fat steer. That's a great pair of cattle up on top. And they beat a good one in third that from the profile you love. He slings his neck up high out of the top of his shoulder. He's got good shape down his top. It's when you get to the ground on this one, I want to spread him apart, engage him a little wider. He's probably the frailest bone, the smallest footed steer of the top three. She does a great job getting him presented. This steer's great looking. He's very attractive. He's got lots of look and lines and quality to him. He's just not dense enough and manly enough to run with our top pair of cattle in this particular group. The stouty of the group is in four. If we spread him at his base, give him a little more natural muscles, you study him from his hip down and through his quarter, I think he rewrites the class in terms of the placing, because from the side, he mimics our class winner in terms of bone, look, feature, and elegance. This steer just doesn't have enough muscle for me. When you watch the cattle go directly away from you, his hocks get a little too close together, but boy, from the side, he can give you a killer look. I like this one a lot. Just got to spread him apart. We've been talking about muscle and width all day. It's hard to go back on that, because this one is awesome from the side. He's just not wide enough at his base or at the ground, but good steer there in fourth. Another good calf that we looked at for a while. I love his attractiveness up front, where his neck sits up at the top of his shoulder. He gets a little flatter in his forerib and a little tighter in his flank. I like this steer, though, in terms of the look that he has. We just need to make him a little bulkier in the middle part of his body. Another good steer that's stout, has some muscularity to him. Maybe looks just a shot earlier maturing in terms of where he's going to end, in terms of his weight. Flags his tail head up on him just a little bit. Good shorthorn appearing calf that comes out next. I like his center body. I thought he ran out of gas when we got on top of the cattle. He wants to pound his hock a little harder than what I would prefer. Good yellow steer that just needs to be stouter, but I sure like his lines. Steer's got some quality from the side. We get on down the line, steers that still have muscle coming around. We get about to the last two or three cattle in class, maybe a little deficient in terms of balance, but another tremendously good grouping of steers here in class 4. Congratulations to these kids.
Well, congratulations in Class 4 of our Prospect Steer Show. First place will go to George Sinclair, Williamsburg, Iowa. Second place goes to Maddie O'Leary, Brock, Texas. Third place went to Madison Shout of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Carly Wheeler of Templeton, California. Fifth place went to Abby Vales of DeWitt, Nebraska. Sixth place, Emma Sheenold of Jennings, Oklahoma. Seventh place goes to Delaney Troyer, Adair, Oklahoma. Eighth place went to Colton Ward of Pawnee, Oklahoma. Ninth went to Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. 10th place went to Samantha Graves of Ramona. 11th place went to Sage Vickery of Adair, Oklahoma. 12th place went to Jackson Walker of Greenlee, Colorado. 13th goes to Savannah Bricker. 14th went to Easton Shank. And 15th went to Kenley Mays. Now in the ring is going to be your first and seconds out of our first division to select a top 5 Division 1.
We'll try to give some comments on these cattle as they get them gathered up, and they're just a little cantankerous. But the steer that wins the first class, that was a good pair of cattle, and honestly a really good class of lightweights, lots of depth and quality in there. I like this silver steer, the way he balances up. He's one that's got some muscle and some dimension to him, and still looks to me like he'll make a good fat steer on down the road. We had a very competitive pair out of Class 2. I sure like the balance and the lines of this calf. It comes out of Class 2. Really got a nice profile to him and one that fits together beautifully. Shaped so nice up there his front end and still has some shape up high. Want to spread him at his base, I wouldn't disagree with you. I thought that was where the steer in second had an advantage, was down his top in terms of spread and muscularity. I didn't think he handled his back feet quite as nicely as our steer that ended up winning the class. Steer out of Class 3 was a very competitive class. This calf's a little bit of a blockhead, but I sure like his balance, his proportionality. And again, I thought he was the total steer in that particular group. When he wants to show himself off, I hope you can see the things that I see in terms of power and spread. He's got a great look about him. Not the heaviest bone steer, but I think one that's certainly adequate in that regard and a good calf. I like the one that was second to him. He was feeling his oats a little in class, and he's settled in now. Raise him up in his pin set, and the front two-thirds of him are killer in terms of the way that he's made. I like that calf a great deal as well. And the calf, we just finished a good pair of cattle, a little different, but this one just was a stouty in terms of bone and mass, substance, just so elegant when you get off to him from the side, but still manly in the way that he's made. The shape out of his shoulder, down his top, out of his hip, has some natural spread and base width. The Brockle face calf has awesome wheels. I love the way that calf gets around and motors. He's proportional, just maybe not as stout and opened up as the steer that ends up winning that particular class. So great division of cattle. I think it's, to me, a little bit of a two-horse race out here, just in terms of having a little more to them. The one that suits me the best is going to be my preference in this division, comes out of Class 4. Congratulations, this young man.
Congratulations, your champion out of Division 1 will go to George Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Second place in George's class exhibited by Maddie O'Leary, Brock, Texas. And your third place in that fourth class coming in the ring, Madison Shout.
As we select our reserve in this division, we bring this calf across, and again, I like him a great deal. I love his feet and leg structure. I love his center body. Not as muscular yet, but I think a calf that certainly reads very futuristic in the way that he's built. I love his quality and his lines and his presence. I think it gets close here between these two steers. This one wants to cave out just a little bit on his front end. Part of that is due to the fact that he's a little worked up out here, but I like his stoutness of feature in terms of his shape up high, spread out through his hip, and the muscularity that he has. He's going to be our reserve in this division, the steer out of Class 3.
Congratulations, your reserve champion Division 1 is going to go to Laney Lawson, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Second place out of Laney's class exhibited by Cooper Cummings. And third place in Class 3 went to Piper Unger. Well, congratulations. Your third place Division 1 steer is going to go to Cooper Cummings, Hollis, Oklahoma. Third place out of Class 3 exhibited by Piper Unger. Fourth overall here in Division 1 is going to go to Maddie O'Leary of Brock, Texas. Third place in that class was exhibited by Madison Shout, Piedmont, Oklahoma. And congratulations, your fifth overall is going to go to Madison Shout, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in Division 1. We'll now be bringing in Class 5, your first class in Division 2.
This class hit the ring, and I didn't waver that this one was going to win, and then we just kind of sorted the rest here. This is a good calf. He's broad, and he's thick, and he's dimensional, and yet he balances up well from the side. He's got his chest tucked up in him, and yet he's still neat at the top of his shoulder and the way he comes up there out of his crest. A big-footed, stout-structured steer that's got mass, power, substance, balance. I think a very good steer here to win this class. I thought the pair between second and third was close. The snip-nosed steer to me has a little more stretch, and he's a little more muscular down his top and up through his hip. He gets a little straight off the edge of his shoulder, and he wants to lumber there just a little bit in the way he's made up front. He's not as stout-featured as the steers on either side of him, but I think a little more length and extension and maybe just a shade more muscle than our calf that comes in third. Calf in third's a little more conventional in terms of body and size, and he gets a little plainer at the top of his neck and doesn't have quite as much extension. Got a real easy-doing look about him. Looks like he's going to be a real easy feeder for the young man. I like his skeletal integrity at the ground. The calf can get out and move. I just like to stouten him up and man him up just a little bit compared to our top pair of steers, specifically the one he was trying to beat there as we went between second and third. A lot of things I like in the third steer. Stoutness of feature, heaviness of structure. He's dense in terms of his design. He's just a little short coupled all the way through. Like to stretch him out, just lengthen him out as you study him from the side. He just gets out horsed out here comparatively to our top three cattle, but that's a good steer, one that I think has a good future in him. A little more length and extension in the next couple of cattle. I didn't think they handled themselves quite as good on the move. They want to get just a little more discombobulated when you set them in motion. Don't stay as true, and they do a little more searching with their rear legs than what I would prefer. But a pair of good steers, both have muscle. Both of them, to me, we just need to redesign structurally. This calf here is a hind leg away from getting way up in the class. On the standstill, I love his body. I love his mass. He's nice up through his front end. He just gets a little cumbersome in the way that he travels there from behind and wants to set him down on his ankle and make him just more appropriate there. Nice calf here in terms of muscle that comes next, just doesn't have quite the balance. We get in some steers down the line that this one's got plenty of muscle, doesn't move quite good enough. This one wants to creep up in his back and shove his shoulder out. This one is nice looking and sound. He just needs more muscle. Red calf's got plenty of muscle, doesn't balance up quite as good. This young man's got a good steer, needs to be stoutened up, and then the young man that closed the class did a great job showing. His calf's got plenty of muscle, just maybe doesn't have quite as much look.
Well, congratulations in Class 5, your first class of Division 2 here in your Prospect Steer Show. First place will go to Emma Sinclair of Williamsburg, Iowa. Second place went to Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. Third place went to Charlie Hudgens of Manford, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Cheyenne Dawson, Harrison, Arkansas. Fifth place will go to J.C. Vickery of Adair, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Aspen Furrow of Clovis, New Mexico. Seventh place went to Addison Boeing of Earth, Texas. Eighth place went to Destry Greeman of Wellington, Colorado. Ninth place went to Mike Benda of Stillwater, Oklahoma. 10th place went to Ella Rogers, Burlington, Colorado. 11th place goes to Madison Padden, Salesville, Ohio. 12th goes to J.C. Vickery, Adair, Oklahoma. And 13th will go to Julian Johnson, Brighton, Colorado. Now in the ring will be Class 6 in your Division 2 Prospect Steers.
Another tremendously good class and a very good pair of steers up on the front end. I think movement dictates the steer that wins the class, the way he drives off the edge of his shoulder, the way he goes to the ground in terms of just being a little truer in the way that he's made structurally. I think muscle's a wash. I think dimension's a wash here. I think both of them have plenty of look. I'd probably give the slight edge at the base of his sternum and his chest to the steer that wins the class, the way he's made up front. But you talk about a pair of cattle that are burly and stout and opened up. Sure like those things. For me, this one just moves a little better. He's hinged a little nicer off either end of his framework than the calf we have that comes in second. This one is stout and punchy in terms of muscle. I like that about him. He's big backed. He's square out through his hip. Probably just pushes the edge up and through his shoulder a nickel more than the steer that wins the class, but a very, very good calf there to land in two. That's as good a pair of steers as I think we've had. Very competitive. I like both of them a great deal. Calf in third, I love his silhouette and his outline. He's just not powerful enough to run with our top duo. Feet and legs, I thought, got him up here to the third spot. He's not as shapely, not as big top, not as expressive as our top two cattle, but I sure like his mobility. A steer that's nice up through his front end as well. Another good steer here in fourth. I like the middle part of his rib cage. He's opened up. He's got some spring of rib, some stoutness to him. Set him in motion. I just think he gets a little piecier. He wants to dump his pins a little rounder out through his hip. I thought was maybe just a little more tentative in the way that he grabbed the ground from behind. This pair of steers is very similar. They're both long-bodied, muscular cattle that are very trim in their design. I like that about them. They've got a nice look. Both of them are just a little too stilty off either end of their framework for me. I'd like to set them back in their shoulder and just see them hinge a little differently off either end of their skeleton. But those pair of cattle fit together well. They're both good steers. Here's a real burly calf that comes next. A lot of body, a lot of mass to him. I'd like to shape him up as you get in behind him. He flattens down in through his quarter and wants to play out down through the base of his stifle. Good yellow calf that comes out next. It has some rib and some volume to him. Just not dense and stout enough to compete with some of the other cattle on up the line. Bronco-faced steer is big-ribbed and a lot of volume, a little piecier and choppier when you set him in motion. Then we come into really four good steers. There's not a bad calf in this class, not a steer that you couldn't feed and be happy with. They maybe just aren't quite as mature, not quite as much to them today, but those are good doing, easy feeding kind of cattle that'll sure have their day as the kids continue to work with them. Good set of steers here in this next class.
Well, congratulations here in Class 6 of your Prospect Steer Show. First place is going to go to Peyton Rogers, Savannah, Missouri. Second place goes to Tyler Patterson, Bloomfield, Indiana. Third place will go to Jocelyn King, Cope, Colorado. Fourth place went to Tally Miller of Lusk, Wyoming. Fifth place goes to Easton Shank, Dodge City, Kansas. Sixth place exhibited by Cooper Cummings, Hollis, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Callie Bennett, Hope, New Mexico. Eighth place went to Raylan Northington, Burns, Wyoming. Ninth place went to Cash Spindle of Moriarty, New Mexico. 10th place went to Cheyenne Dawson, Harrison, Arkansas. 11th place to Keegan Holt, Cordell, Oklahoma. 12th place went to Benjamin Stafford of West Cliff, Colorado. And 13th in that class will go to Ty Martinez, Loving, New Mexico. Now in the ring will be Class 7, your second last class here in Division 2.
Just another stem winder of a class. I mean, we're all the way down. Even the calf that closes the class is a good steer. And a lot of times when you judge, you don't have one that good to get on the bottom. And I commend these exhibitors all the way through this class because they are very, very good cattle up and down the line. The steer that wins wasn't up for much debate for me, and then you had to kind of look at the rest of the class and just decide where you wanted to be. I found him when he hit the gate, and he stayed good. He's so well balanced. He's put together so nicely from the side. His feet and legs work right like they need to. He's up-headed. He's not the burliest, most of everything steer that we've seen, but he's pretty darn proportional. I like his practicality. I like his softness. And again, for me, movement, when you have to, he can move, and he gets out and covers his track well. That's a good steer to lead off the class. I like the steer in second. I like his design as you study him from the profile. He's a calf that fits together really well in terms of just balance and symmetry. He doesn't have as much to him as the steer that ends up winning this particular group. But you talk about basic in your build, attractive, sound, this steer fits all those things really well. Not the most of anything, but a lot of good things working for him. I think that's why he kept working himself up in this particular class. There's things I really like about this black and white steer. He's sure his color pattern, he's obviously one that catches your eye. He's one that's big down his top and out through his hip. When you get into the cattle and you get through his color pattern, you get on top of him, he's a bit more one-dimensional compared to the two steers. He wants to tighten just a little in his forerib and narrow up at the ground just a notch. But a killer look, very pleasing from the side, and a steer, again, that from a movement standpoint, I like the way he gets out and scoots around the ring. This calf on the standstill is second, and then when you set him in motion, to me, he just gets too up on his toes. He's a little smaller footed, a little tighter in his ankle. I finally made the decision to pull the trigger because I just didn't think he was quite loose enough. I like his muscularity, I like his power, I like his stretch and his quality. He just doesn't go quite good enough. This red one is a chunk, and I bet his mom said ouch when he was born because he is a wide load as you study him from end to end. Problem is he just opens up too much at the base of his shoulder. He doesn't stay as collected on the move. I'd like to change and alter the shape of his front feet as well. This is by far the best Hereford steer we've seen today, and this one's got lots of good in him. He just ran into a class where there's not as much gas, not as much power, not as much steam in this particular steer. But you get him into a set of Herefords, and he's going to do some damage. That is by far the best steer. I don't know what we're down to, fifth or sixth in this class that we've had at this spot today. The calf doesn't have enough muscle to play as we get up here, but that is a very, very, very good Hereford steer. Next calf is movement away from being up in the class. I love his design when he stands. He's a muscular, shapely rascal that's got some power. Set him in motion, though, he just comes apart on us. He doesn't go good enough for me off either end of his framework to warrant him getting up any higher in the class. Good yellow steer that's practical, just doesn't have as much muscularity and density to him. Really nice pattern to this smoke steer that comes next. Need to see a little more to him. The black steer is one that's got some muscle, a little straighter off the edge of his shoulder. Good white calf here that's practical and sound. He made this cut for this long because of his structure, his skeletal integrity, maybe not the pizzazz of some of the other cattle, but a very good steer. That's young man did a good job showing him. A real powerful steer to come next. He gets a little up on his ankle. Same for this shorthorn colored steer, one that's got some muscle and some spread. We need to change him off both ends. We got good cattle down the line. Shape is not an issue in this class. We got plenty of muscle, all these cattle. I thought build and maybe just balance, we fell off just a little bit, but still good cattle down on the end of this class. Let's show them our appreciation, give them a nice round of applause. Excellent class here in our Prospect Steer Show.
Well, congratulations here in Class 7. First place will go to Alyssa Borison of Zeeland, Michigan. Second place goes to Max Bedecker of Seneca, Illinois. Third place goes to Joseph Martinez, Live Oak, California. Fourth place went to Ryder Clausen, Hydro, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Cooper Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Skylar Sturgeon, Hydro, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Kendall Geist of Madera, California. Eighth place went to Carly Berkheimer of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Ninth place went to Ashley Kennedy of Santana, Kansas. 10th place went to Kennedy Hubbard of Friendswood, Texas. 11th place went to Keaton Gilman of Miami, Oklahoma. 12th place went to Stetson Roethlisberger of Vernal, Utah. 13th went to Lexi Hill of Mack, Colorado. 14th, Callie Bennett, Hope, New Mexico. 15th went to Braxton Whidden of Stevens, Arkansas. 16th went to Jackson Walker, Green Lake, Colorado. 17th went to Genesis Truchik of Belen, New Mexico. Now in the ring is Class 8, your final class here in Division 2, Prospect Steers.
Another good class here in our steer show. A calf that wins the class to me, in terms of muscle, power, spread, and soundness, I think dictates his placing to the forefront of the class. He's a steer to get on top of him, climb in behind the cattle. There's a little more shape to the upper part of his body and his rib cage, a little more shape over his loin edge and out through his hip. He's built just a little denser than the steer we have that comes in second. I love the steer in second structure. I love his quality and his presence as you study him from the side. He's a steer that gives up some bone and some mass, and I'd be the first to admit that. But boy, I think this one is, when he matures and just chubs up, is going to be a very, very good fat steer. I love just the silhouette that he gives us. I love his structure. I love the way this calf gets out and moves. I just wish there was a little more of him compared to the steer that wins the class. That's a calf that I think has a bright, bright future ahead of him. Steer in third is more like the class winner in terms of mass and substance and strength. He just wants to get a little tiptoey behind for me, and I'd like to set him down there in his hock and his pastern a little differently. If he could grab the ground just a little truer from behind, I think he makes this class very, very interesting. I love his power. I love his substance. For me, I'm nitpicky on structure. We just got to change his rear skeleton a bit. I like this young lady's red calf in terms of power and strength. He's got a lot of muscle, a lot of dimension. Consequently, though, it drives him out of balance as you study him from the profile. He wants to set out a little more out on his corners, up and through his shoulder, not as quite as comfortable in his step. I like this yellow steer. It's just when you get behind him, he funnels too much down into his base. I like this calf's middle third. I think he's got some power up high. He just doesn't maintain that down to the ground. We've been a little picky on that today thus far, and I have to stay consistent with that. I like the calf. I wish he had more spread at the ground. Next calf is long-bodied and extended, probably as attractive up through his front end as any steer we have in the group. A little more daylight as you look at him from the profile. We'd like to soften him up just a bit. Chunky calf will come out next. It's got some rib, doesn't piece together quite as nicely. We get on down the line here, still some good steers. Calves that have plenty of muscle. We don't start to run into some muscle issue till we get to the young man's white-footed steer. They just don't balance up quite as well. I thought the young man's white-footed steer was just a notch more practical. A lot of shape in the calf that closed the class. Just need to alter his running gears a bit. Very good class.
Well, congratulations in Class 8. First place will go to Lauren Oss of LaSange Tech, Kansas. Second place will go to Alexa Bader of Monroe, Wisconsin. Third place went to Tori Culp of Francisville, Indiana. Fourth place went to Bree Wimmer of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Braden Wheeler of Templeton, California. Sixth place went to Caden Casson of Wheatland, Wyoming. Seventh place went to Taylor Rowland of Peralta, New Mexico. Eighth place went to Mike Benda of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Ninth place went to Cash Spindell of Moriarty, New Mexico. 10th place went to Madeline Unruh of Peyton, Colorado. 11th place went to Elena Hendricks of Edgewood, New Mexico. 12th place went to Tucker Green of Greenlee, Colorado. And 13th went to Afton Kokak of Craig, Colorado. Now in the ring, we'll be bringing in your first and seconds to select a top 5 out of Division 2.
Well, this is another very, very, very good division of steers here in set two of these. We're through 8 classes, and boy, every class has been so good thus far, and this division is no different. Let's talk about them. I think we certainly deserve that, and to this point, and I'm not one that likes to talk a lot, but I think you got to see the differences that we're in here between these steers. This calf that wins the first class hit me like a ton of bricks in that particular class after that strong first division. I love his balance. I love his kind. I love his stoutness. He's so upheaded and so good in so many ways. Now, I'm going to get critical of him. I'm going to get critical of all these because I think we got to pick a couple of holes in him. Just tell you what I see. At times, he'll push just a little more out of his shoulder. But this calf has so much presence and so much quality and so much good in him. And he's a calf that I still like really well. Steer that wins Class 2 is just, you talk about one that's so good in a lot of areas. This calf, in terms of body and substance and strength, movement, I think is one that you certainly have to appreciate. This calf has so much to him in any angle that you want to look at him, and still the way he handles it on his feet and legs is really, really strong. I like his flexibility. I like his reach off both ends. Could you punch him right there behind his forerib and open him up just a bit? Yeah, you probably could, but that thing is so good in terms of being basic, but yet still having some of the extras and doing it in a package that is so athletic from a movement standpoint. Steer out of Class 3, I thought won that class pretty handily. I love his look and his outline. He's one that you certainly have to appreciate as you study him from the side. He's a calf that moves pretty well off both ends. Does he have as much to him as the 2 steers right in front of him when you get him behind the cattle? I think he's got plenty. I think if you compared, maybe not, but certainly plenty enough. This calf has a great silhouette, a great pattern, great balance to him. Another steer that I think is a strong contender in this group. Then the calf out of Class 4 is just a chunk in terms of stoutness and power, a heavy structured steer that's got a lot to him when you get on top of him. He is a dense skeleton, wide-pinned, thick kind of a calf that still motors well. He maybe gets a little shorter compared to the steers ahead of him, but I think it all fits. He's still proportional in the way that he's made. He's one that's certainly good in terms of a lot of things that he brings to the table. He's got extra punch, extra stoutness, and extra power. This is a great division. We haven't even talked about the seconds yet, and I think we'll bring some in that are going to be players. But this is a tremendously good division. Comes down to personal preference on what I like. Comes down to one that's just the ones that suit me the best. And again, they got to have the right trip in class, and they got to come back out and still look the part. But I'll show you the ones that I like in this division. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll get you a champion in reserve here in the middle division.
Congratulations, your champion out of Division 2 will go to Peyton Rogers, Savannah, Missouri. Second place out of Savannah's class exhibited by Tyler Patterson. The third place in that class was exhibited by Jocelyn King.
Second place steer in that class on the stand is one that makes a play in terms of just his power, his punch, so much dimension and substance in this calf. We talked about it in class. He wasn't as athletic as the steer that ends up winning our division, and I think that holds true out here. But on the stand, this one is pretty undeniable in terms of just the spring and the horsepower that he has. I wish he moved just a shade better. I thought there was, all the class winners certainly brought a lot of things to the table. The one that hits me the second hardest, I think, is just so unique in so many areas. I like to steer out of the third class to be our reserve in this division.
And congratulations, your reserve champion out of Division 2 will go to Alyssa Borison of Zeeland, Michigan. Second place out of Alyssa's class was exhibited by Max Badecker. Third overall in Division 2 is going to go to Emma Sinclair, Williamsburg, Iowa. Second place in Emma's class exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson. And your fourth overall steer out of Division 2 is going to go to Lauren Ost. Second place in Lauren's class, exhibited by Alexa Bader. And your fifth overall steer on to Division 2 is going to go to Alexa Bader, Monroe, Wisconsin. Once again, congratulations to all of our exhibitors out of Division 2. We'll now get started with Division 3, Class 9.
What a class of steers here at this division as we start off our third and final division, and these are good all the way down the line. And there's minute, small differences that to me sort them, line them up how you want them. I'll tell you what I see in the cattle. We can agree, we can disagree, but these are good. These three for me were the ones that sorted themselves up because to me they all have intriguing things about them, and they're all very different in terms of their type and kind. The thing I see about the steer that wins the class is you study him at the ground in terms of true base width, in terms of true muscularity, and in terms of true hip shape. I think he's got the advantage over the other two steers that come behind him. The way he's made down his top, the arc and curvature he has to the upper part of his rib, and he's a steer that to me is just a little denser as you study him at the ground. Now, does he push a little bit off of his shoulder? You bet he does. But you're going to have to accept a little of that for the extra muscle that he has. And I think this one collects so beautifully from the side, and he's got just a little more substance to him down in the lower part of his quarter as we compare him to the steer that comes in second. Now, the steer in second outlooks him from the side, and really so does the steer in third. This calf is tremendously heavy structured. I love his flexibility. I love his reach off both ends. When you stand directly in front of the cattle, he'll close up in his forearm just a notch. He'll flatten just a little bit as you get right down to his base. And I thought that was enough to sort the pair of cattle. Those are two incredible steers, okay? Two incredible steers. Just comes down to personal preference. I thought there was a little more base width and spread in the steer that wins the class. And they beat a good one in third. This thing could have won a lot of classes just depending on how things break out. This calf is good-bodied. He's mobile. He's attractive. He just doesn't have as much to him as the other two cattle. He doesn't have the extra bone. He doesn't have the extra mass. Those are three very, very good cattle up on the front end. This is a good steer. Heads up, attractive. He's a little more compact, a little shorter-sided, gets a little steeper out through his hip. I thought he pounded his hind leg just a little harder, but this thing is a real good steer to coming forth. I just didn't see him being quite as stretchy, quite as long from the side as what we found in the three cattle ahead of him. This one that comes in fifth is a chunk. He's boxy, he's dimensional, he's opened up, he's got a lot of stoutness. Of the initial cut of steers, I thought he moved the toughest off either end, a little straighter in the angle of his shoulder and a little tighter in his hock. But man, he's really good. He just didn't move quite as nicely as those cattle we have on up the line. This young lady hung in there. This calf's really good from the side. He's smooth jointed. He's really flexible. He's got some body. He just doesn't have enough muscle to play. As we get up into this top set of steers, that's a very, very good calf to land, and I think we're down to about sixth now. But there was about 8 of these. We got down to this young lady's black and white steer, and we walked them again because they are that good. Next steer, muscular, got a great look about him, has some stoutness of feature, gets a little tangled up when we set him in motion, wants to twist out a little up front. This calf's got a great look to him. He just looks a little outmassed out here as compared to some of the other steers on up the line. He gets a little tighter in terms of his movement. And this black and white calf is one that you really like his pattern. I like his balance. He closes up a little more on us down into the base of his chest and down into the base as you watch him go away. Another good steer that's practical, sound, and soft-sided, needs more muscle and bone. We get into some steers down the line that still have quality, still have a lot of good in them, just ran into a killer class here up on the top end.
Well, congratulations. In Class 9, first place will go to Alyssa Borson of Zeeland, Michigan. Second place goes to Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Third place went to Kara Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Connor Bankus of Millen, Missouri. Fifth place went to Jocelyn King of Cope, Colorado. Sixth place goes to Darby Darbon of Duncan, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Kentley Loynakin of Corydon, Iowa. Eighth place went to Tucker Free of Andarko, Oklahoma. Ninth place went to Sally Graham of Rosebush, Michigan. 10th place went to Hannah Johnson, Yale, Oklahoma. 11th place in Class 9 goes to Allison Peters of White Lake, Wisconsin. 12th place goes to Bryson Morales of Loving, New Mexico. 13th went to Samuel Fodge of Artesia, New Mexico. 14th went to Kate Schlegel of Berthoud, Colorado. And 5th place went to George Graybill of Keensburg, Colorado. Now in the ring is Class 10 of your third division of Prospect Steers.
kind of a no-doubter in this class. This calf, I think, wins the class pretty easily for me in terms of his balance, his lines, his quality. He's a calf that when he gets out and he wants to move, I think covers his track well. He was fighting it a little bit, but there, as you study through that, this calf's got good angles, good joints. He's one that pieces together really nicely from the side. Going to make a nice participant in our division drive. Just a good steer. We'll see how he compares to the contemporaries that get back out here, but a pretty easy travel for him through the class. Yellow calf is one that's stout and got some substance to him. I like his dimension. He doesn't go quite as good as the steer that wins the class. He wants to shoot his tail head up, doesn't stay quite as collected there in that regard. I didn't read him as being quite as free in his movement off of his front end, a little stiffer in his knee, but a calf that's got some muscle and some spread. Young lady does a good job, a very nice outline calf to come in third. I wish there was a little more to him as you get in behind the cattle, study him down his top for just true meat animal shape. He wants to funnel just a bit, but I thought his lines, his quality look from the profile elevated him to the third spot. This particular group, she did a nice job getting him presented. This calf, I think, has got a lot left in him. He's probably the most juvenile calf we have in the class. He really kind of gets out-horsed and out-powered in this particular group. I like this calf's kind. I think he's sound. He's one that's got a nice balanced look about him. There's just not enough wolf to him to get up any higher in this particular group. I like this calf. I find a lot of good in him. Some people may have dumped him down a little farther, but I kept moving him up because of his structure, his integrity at the ground, and I just think he's a balanced calf, but we got to see more of him for me to get him up any higher in the class. This calf does have more mass. He's got more power. He's got more dimension. He gets a little tighter in the way that he moves off of his shoulder, a little tighter in the way that he goes out of his hock as well. Next calf, I really like the boxiness that he has. He's a calf that's really good middle and has some muscle, just a little too coarse up through his front end, a little crestier at the top of his neck. Doesn't have quite the extension that we find in some of the other steers. This is a nice calf. I love his pattern. I love his balance. When you get in behind the cattle, there's just not enough to him. You need to give him a little more steam as he goes away from you, power him up at his base and down and through his quarter. We get on down the line, still some good cattle, has some doability to them. Probably have the least amount of structure problems down the line that we've had in most of our classes. In this class, these cattle can move. They maybe just don't have quite as much eye appeal and pizzazz as some of the other steers on up the line.
Well, congratulations. In Class 10 of our Prospect Steer Show, first place will go to Nalani Geyer of Robinson, Illinois. Second place goes to Marcy Bailey of Creston, Iowa. Third place will go to Briley Fuss of Merrimack, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to Grady Chaplin. Fifth, Jackson Dushy. Sixth, Carrington Troyer. Seventh, Isabel Lowry. Eighth, Colin McKenzie. Ninth, Benjamin Stafford. 10th place will go to Caden Casson. 11th, Jason Diaz. 12th, Kiana Langton. And 13th in that class goes to Alani Diaz Galindo. Now in the ring will be Class 11, your second last class here in Division 3 of our Prospect Steer Show.
Another good class of steers here in class 11, I believe. Steer that wins the class, I think, does so pretty handily once you get him collected, and he feeling his oats out here just a little bit, and you could see sheer sound as he was bucking around, but that's a good calf. I like his body, I like his balance, I like his symmetry. I think that calf puts a lot of good things together. I bet this young man wishes that he had a little different attitude, and I'm sure everybody that's working on him does, but this is a good calf. I think you got to look through that, find him to win this class because of his power and his substance and his strength. That's a good steer to lead off the class. Young lady's got a very attractive red calf in second. Doesn't have the stoutness and the substance we find in the calf that leads off, but a shapely calf down his top. Wants to funnel a bit back in through his hip and down in through his quarter. Not as grizzly in terms of his bone and his footwork as the steer we have that wins the class. She gets him propped up to the side. She does an excellent job showing. I like this calf. He's got a great presence about him. Good steer in third that's got some bone and some dimension to him. He gets a little tighter out through his hip and doesn't collect himself off of his rear third quite as comfortably as what we find in our top two steers, but a heads up calf that's very attractive and very eye appealing. Steer that comes out next and a lot of muscle. He gets a little tighter in terms of his movement, doesn't want to hit the ground quite as soft as what we find in some steers on up the line. Next calf's a long-bodied steer that's got some bone and some muscle. He gets a little tighter when he travels and wants to toss his front feet outside of his skeleton there just a bit. Good calf that comes out next. I like his foot and I like his bone. I like to clean him up just a little bit up through the front part of his shoulder, up through his head and his neck. Doesn't have quite as much presence to him as some of the other cattle. Here's a real attractive steer from the side. I'd like to soften him up in his flank, open him up just a little bit back in through his forerib. Next calf, one I like in terms of bone and power up high. I just wish he'd toe the ground a little truer up front and have a little more clearance at his hock. Still got some good steers down the line, good quality cattle. These kids have done a good job getting them presented. They're fed well. They're calves that have some look. Just maybe a thing or two here that sorts them down in this particular group.
Well, congratulations in Class 11 of your Prospect Steer Show. First place will go to Keegan Murphy of Seneca, Illinois. Second place went to Emery Chamberlain of Rye, Colorado. Third place, Laramie Blakely. Fourth place will go to Abigail Vargas. Fifth place went to Joseph Hayes. Sixth, Chase Williams. Seventh place goes to Madison Payton. Eighth place went to Rylan Bear. Ninth place went to Raylan Northington. 10th, Benjamin Stafford. 11th, Ty Martinez. 12th, Cody Wick. 13th is Elizabeth Quick. 14th, Ethan McMahon. And 15th, Jake Eichenberg. Now in the ring will be Class 12, your final class of prospect steers. After this class, we will be selecting a top 5 out of Division 3. Then we'll bring our division's top 5s back and select a top 5 overall prospect steers.
Final class of steers here, and again, a very good trio up on the front end. Calf that wins the class to me just combines skeletal integrity with true shape as you get in behind the cattle and you watch him come at you. He's got a better shape to his forearm. He takes that down to the ground a little better in terms of his width of base. And the steer we have that comes in second, I like the extra stretch and length that he has as you study him from the profile. He's longer from hooks to pins. He's longer sided kind of a steer, and he's one that I think balances up really well as you get off to him from the side. What I like about this calf is the way that he gets out and travels. You know, my breeding cattle background, sometimes they say I get too picky on structure, but when you find muscle, you find balance, and you find structural integrity in one package, it's a good calf to lead off the class. Steer that comes next is maybe a little tidier up in through his chest floor. Like that about him. I like the softness that this calf has, middle part of his body, a little shorter out through his hip. He consequently flattens as you get him behind the cattle. Watch him go away from you. He's a little narrower chested steer as well, but I love his balance. He's heads up. He's very attractive. Good steer there to stand second in the class. I like this calf. You talk about one that's dense, and he's pretty intimidating when you get him behind the cattle in terms of the amount of shape that he has down his top, out through his hip. With that extra power, though, it consequences his skeleton, and he gets a little more open about his shoulder, a little more tentative in the way that he grabs the ground, and that's enough to put him third in a very competitive class. I like this calf from the side. You just study him in terms of balance and lines and look. He's one that's got to be certainly one of your favorites as you sit in the stands. When you get on top of the cattle, he flattens too much. He's a little narrow in his pin set, and he just gets a little deficient in terms of muscle comparatively to our top trio of cattle, but a very good steer there in fourth. Muscle's not an issue for old Blackie here. He's one that's extremely shapy, lots of dimension down his top, a big old back in him. He wants to toss his front feet out. I'd like to square him up in his knee. He too needs a little deeper heel and a little bigger foot. Next calf's got some muscle. He gets a little piecier. And again, a class this tough, that's enough to just work him down. We got good cattle down the line. This calf's muscular and good looking, just too tight in terms of his body and dry in his flank. Big practical steer here that's a little plain. Another good calf here to come out next. It just doesn't have quite the presence. We get on down the line to good cattle. I'd say top to bottom, one of the best classes we've had. And how you judge that is you get down to the bottom end, there's still practical cattle that have an efficient kind of a look to them. They're going to make good fed cattle someday, just maybe not the extra bells and whistles of some of the steers on up the line. Very good class and a good way to end our show here as we get ready to pick our third division.
Well, congratulations in Class 12. First place will go to Mason Grady, Grandview, Texas. Second place goes to Morgan Kelly. Third place will go to Haley Bear, Culver, Oregon. Fourth place goes to Isabel Locke. Fifth place will go to Isabel Lowry. Sixth place goes to Katie Hoffman. Seventh place goes to Emily Wise. Eighth place will go to Samuel Fodge. Ninth place goes to Drew Thorpe. 10th place goes to Crease Richard. 11th place will go to Kensley Brown. 12th place will go to Andrew Triplett. 13th will go to Sean Roth. 14th will go to George Graybill. And 15th will go to Jeremy Trehue. Now in the ring, we will be selecting your top 5 out of Division 3. After we select this top 5, we'll bring in our Division 1 and 2 champion and reserves to select a top 5 overall prospects.
Well, the job's not getting any easier. This is another tremendously good division of 4 steers, and really 8 as you take into consideration the seconds, and in third instances, some of the thirds in class. The steer that wins class 1, that was a great trio of steers in that particular class, and I ended up landing on him because to me he was the densest. I thought he was the most opened up as you study him both coming and going. A calf that balances well from the side, has some muscle, has some dimension to him. We talked about him in class. Does he push his shoulder just a little bit? Yeah, he probably does, but he's got a little extra shot of muscle and power, and by no means would I say that steer struggles getting around the ring because he's still athletic. The shape of his forearm, the shape of his top, and out through his hip. I love his base width and his just collection as you study him from the profile. Young lady steer out of class 2, I thought found himself to the front of that class with relative ease. I love his balance. I love his kind as you study him from the profile. He's a steer that's got some muscle. He's got some spread. He's probably not as heavy boned maybe as another steer out here, but I think he's one that's certainly adequate in that regard. This calf has a great presence about him. He sets his neck up nice at the point of his shoulder. You want to tweak on him, I'd probably mash his tail head down just a notch, but again, we're sorting minute differences. Is that going to affect him? Probably not. It's a very, very good steer out of class 2 and one that I think puts a lot of good things together as well. The steer out of class 3 was loose part of the time, and then to get him collected, and I commend this young man for sticking with it. This is a very good steer, one that's dense. I like his burliness. I like his stoutness of feature. Calf that has some muscle and some spread. He can look maybe just a little jammed up at times in terms of just stretch and length, but one that I certainly like the power, the substance, and the strength that steer brings to the table. And the calf that wins class 4 in this division is one that's just balances so well as you study him from the profile. He's a long-bodied steer. Really like the way his pins sit into him. Hooks to pins are good. Feet and leg structure's good. That calf's heavy bone, but yet still really clean in his joints. One that gets around the ring and is very mobile. Now, is he as crisp maybe up through his front end? No, but he's got a little extra maturity on him. He comes out of the heaviest class, and I think that calf's going to be a very practical kind of a steer now, but also on down the road, that one that looks like he has a very easy feeding look to him. So this is a great set of steers. Again, you got to decide which one you want to lay your hat on and decide think offers the most good. To me, there's a lot of cases that can be made for several of the steers out here. If you would, let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll go out and get you a champion here in this division.
Congratulations, your champion in Division 3 is going to go to Mason Grady of Grandview, Texas. Second place out of Mason's class, exhibited by Morgan Kelly, Algonia, Iowa. Third place in that class was exhibited by Haley Bear.
Steer that was second to him in class. Again, one we talked about, like his middle part of his body. A calf that's certainly got a great look, his head and his neck and his presence that he has. We talked about him off either end of his skeleton, maybe flattening a little bit in there and through his shoulder and forearm, a little narrow as you got right in behind him. I like to stretch him out of his hip just a notch. But again, we're talking about minor differences in terms of the way these steers are made, and I like him a great deal. Calf that suits me second best in the lineup comes out of class 1 that the young lady has. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, your reserve champion out of Division 3 is going to go to Alyssa Borison, Zeeland, Michigan. Second place out of Alyssa's class was exhibited by Denver McKay. And third place in that class exhibited by Kara Cummings. And congratulations, your third overall out of Division 3 is going to go to Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Third place in that class we brought in was Kara Cummings. And your fourth overall is going to go to Nalani Geyer, Robinson, Illinois. Second place in Nalani's class exhibited by Marcy Bailey. And your fifth overall out of Division 3 is going to go to Morgan Kelly. Once again, congratulations to all of our prospect steer exhibitors out of Division 3. At this time, we'll be bringing in your champion and reserve champions out of our 3 divisions of prospect steers. We'll ask that we hold the third through fifths back in the holding pen. We're going to bring our champion and reserves into the ring. For those of you sitting ringside, we'd like to thank you for joining us here at the Cattlemen's Congress. At this time, we'd like to say a big thank you to Andis Clippers for sponsoring the awards for our Prospect Steer Show. If you're sitting ringside, please put your hands together for a great sponsor of ours, Andis Clippers. At this time, we're going to bring in our champions out of our 3 divisions here of your Prospect Steer Show. Coming out of Division 1, your champion was exhibited by George Sinclair, Williamsburg, Iowa. Champion out of Division 2, exhibited by Peyton Rogers, Savannah, Missouri. Division 3 champion, exhibited by Mason Grady, Grandview, Texas. For those of you sitting in the stands, please put your hands together for our 3 division champions here at the Cattlemens Congress Prospect Steer Show. Now coming in the ring are your reserve champions out of Division 1, 2, and 3. Reserve out of Division 1 comes out of Class 3, Laney Lawson, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Reserve champion Division 2 is exhibited by Alyssa Borson, Zeeland, Michigan. Reserve champion Division 3 also exhibited by Alyssa Borson, Zeeland, Michigan. Please put your hands together for our reserve champion steer exhibitors here in your Prospect Steer Show. Once again, for those of you joining us in the stands, your judge this afternoon was Dr. Blake Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. Please put your hands together and thank you to Dr. Bloomberg for joining us here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, what a show. 12 classes that were all extremely good and really a great experience and a humbling experience for me to come back to a state that I lived in for 10 years, and I appreciate the opportunity from the Congress Committee to invite me to judge the show. You know, as an exhibitor of cattle and as a judging coach, it was nice to not have to worry about gate passes and shoot fees and, you know, all those kind of things. We need to give the Congress group a nice round of applause for stepping up in a time of need in a 90-day period and putting on a great show for us. And I don't know what the future holds. That's going to be left up to people who have a more important job than I do. But if we come back to Oklahoma City or what that capacity looks like, but I know that these folks did a first-class job in terms of putting things together. This Prospect Steer Show, and I've been really lucky to judge several these types of shows, and I don't know how it could have been any tougher. I mean, these 6 navigated some shark-infested waters in terms of quality, and these were the ones I landed on. I'm sure people have different ones that they like, and that's okay. I don't always agree when I exhibit cattle either, and I tried to explain to you what I saw in the cattle. If you have differences in that, I'm fine with that, because really, you know, these steers are ones that hit me, and in terms of structure, having some look, having some muscle, you know, we tried to keep them spread in terms of having some shape at the ground and having some width. And, you know, these cattle are immaculate in terms of presentation and quality out here. And I know that I probably won't ever show, my kids probably won't ever exhibit a steer that's as good as any of these 6 out here. So I truly take my hats off and congratulate you. What a show we had. I sat and watched the fat show yesterday, and it was incredibly good. And there just really weren't a whole lot of cattle that you wouldn't be proud to own that came through this ring, and that's a testament to the breeders and to the exhibitors. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. We've talked about these steers enough. We're going to be able to put together an absolutely smoking top 5 in terms of quality. and I'll be proud to stand with each one of them. So again, let's give them a good round of applause. We'll go out and get you our champions here. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Congratulations, your grand champion prospect steer here at the Cattlemens Congress, exhibited by Mason Grady, Grandview, Texas. Reserve champion in Mason's division, exhibited by Alyssa Borson, Zeeland, Michigan. Third overall in that division was exhibited by Denver McKay. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion prospect steer, exhibited by Peyton Rogers, Savannah, Missouri. Reserve champion in Peyton's division, exhibited by Alyssa Borson. And third overall in that division, exhibited by Emma Sinclair. Congratulations, your third overall steer is going to go to Alyssa Borson, Zeeland, Michigan. Third place in her division, exhibited by Denver McKay, and fourth in her division, exhibited by Nalani Geyer. Congratulations, your fourth overall steer is going to go to Denver McKay, Orlando, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that division, exhibited by Nalani Geyer. And congratulations, your fifth overall prospect steer here at the Cattlemen's Congress, exhibited by Nalani Geyer, Robinson, Illinois. Once again, thank you to Dr. Blake Bloomberg for joining us as your official judge here at the Prospect Steer Show at the Cattlemen's Congress. A big congratulations to not only our steer exhibitors today, but all of our exhibitors over the last 2 weeks. Thank you for joining us.